Systematic issue.
Yeah, internet issue.
They are doing, no?
Hello. So CH2 ആണ് പക്ഷെ ഓപ്പൺ ആയിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
Done, no? Good morning, everyone. Online, am I audible enough? Am I audible enough? Online students? Thank you. Thank you, Sanjana. Okay. You remember we have been discussing risk and uncertainty, right? We went on what is exactly meant by risk, which is associated with what? Probability. Am I correct? This is associated with the probability. The best example that I have brought for the discussions. Say, for example, you are throwing a die. When you are throwing a die, you will be getting something out of 6. Am I correct? But there will be a probability. But you don't know exactly what is going to happen, but you know something will happen out of 6. That is what is known as risk. What is meant by uncertainty? Probabilities are what? Not known. Am I correct? That is what pitch black. Don't know exactly what is happening behind the screen, right? Little broader than the what? Risk. Now, as a management accountant, if you look at the business perspective, you know each situation that we face or each transaction that we are dealing with a third party, there is a hidden element of what? Risk and uncertainty. So that should have been what? Calculated in advance. That should have been what? Calculated in advance. Based on that only, we try to deal with what? Our customer or supplier, with anyone. Right? That is what we discussed. To evaluate this risk and uncertainty, there are few techniques. One, we talked about what? Expected value. We discussed in detail. Second, we talked about what? Decision tree. But we didn't discuss yet. Third, you remember we have brought the concept or the technique called what? Payoff table. Under payoff table, you remember I have explained to you all what is meant by maxi-max, what is meant by maxi-mini, what is meant by mini-max regret, right? And then we talked about value of perfect information. How much that you are willing to pay for what? Your information from the what? Research paper. That is all about what? Value of perfect information. So these techniques being introduced for different type of a what? Risk perceiver or risk taker. Sorry, risk. The decision makers point of view, there are three types of people that you would see in the market. One is what? Risk neutral. They trade off between what? Risk and return. For them to make a decision, they try to use a technique called what? Expected value and the decision tree. Second one is what? Risk seeker, right? Optimistics, positive thinkers, taker. They try to go for a what? Maxi max. Last one, risk averse person. He tries to what? Get the what best out of the worst, right? One we call it as what? Maxi mini. Another one is what? Mini max regret. Apart from that two, we have another two more technique, which is what? Standard deviation, coefficient of variations, which is not part of our syllabus, right? Then we discuss couple of questions. I'm going to explain today decision tree and one more part, sensitivity analysis. Before we get started those two parts, we're supposed to do two questions. One 20 marks question, another 10 marks question. Then we will get started with the what? Decision tree, right? paper. Come on, correct. We will first do a 10 marks and that's another 20 marks. Very good and complicated question. That question will teach us exactly how are we going to deal with the what? Risk and uncertainty. That 20 marks question. These are bit of our straightforward questions. That's the reason it has been tested where as a section B. Small messages to be shared with regard to the tomorrow's mock exam. First advice is try your level best to come for the mock exam paper. Try to attempt the paper. No problem. The marks that you are going to obtain, right? That's not part of my expectations. Then again, thank you. Then again, maybe one or two questions, maybe 5 marks, which I have not taught you, because that will be done but on Saturday's class, right? No problem. If you know, you try to attempt the answer for those questions. Otherwise, marks will be provided for those questions for the time. Since I have not taught you, couple of questions, maximum 5 marks, right? So I have set the paper for what including the what entire areas, right? You can go with the what these questions. It's a very good questions. 10 marks. Once again, the past paper questions. Game को game को This is a very straightforward, very easiest question which was tested, right? I believe out of the whole past paper question, that is the easiest questions. You get a questions like this, it's a bonus for you where in the exam. Sanjana, can you share with me that one if you want? Sanjana, everything is okay. Part C, you have to make it little bit of a detail on it. Part C, you just put the steps involved in implementing zero-based budgeting. Identify the activities. So when you talk about activities, you'll have to connect that part for the government sector. You'll have to mention your decision package over there. Yeah, it's there, but you have to give a bit of interpretations on that. Bit of interpretations. Since that is what how many marks? Almost uh, 3 marks, no? So bit of not detail, maybe 2-3 line interpretations. Two, 3 lines, not more than that. So what you can do is when you are concluding, uh, Sanjana, you can talk about how zero-based budget is effective for the public sector than the private sector, because public sector they can go and check what exactly spent for the last time for the different projects. So every time they are going to deal with the what new projects, right? So that is what I'm explaining, Sanjana. You have to make it little detail with regard to the conclude. Therefore, what you can say is, but it's easy for you to implement the zero-based budget for what public sector. Why? Every time when they come up with the what projects, they can go back and check what they have spent for the what previous projects. Therefore, the zero-based budget would be what more applicable, and it's easy for the public sector. On the other hand, if you look at the private sector, it's very difficult to justify the cost from the scratch. Therefore, it's hard to identify the what from the what zero. That's the way you have to what complete your zero-based budgeting part. Because in the you can talk about the private sector, there are number of activities. Then the problem would arise each and every part. If you try to start from the scratch, it will take time. Then again, what expensive and complex method. So likewise, you can conclude it, because when you are recommending with the evidence, you'll have to give a recommendation. Apart from that, everything is perfect, Sanjana. Only small part to be improved. But I suggest the part C only. Part C, and the conclusion you have to give a bit of a 3 or 4 lines would be sufficient. After giving all these points, what you have highlighted, with that you can give a what 3 to 4 points for conclusion. That's all. Why you are recommending what do you call these things? Uh, Zero-based budget for the what public sector. That's all. Shall we get started with these questions? Very easiest questions. What's the question number? 258. Malavika, have you got the answers? I don't see Priyanka for a long time. Don't know what happened to her. Any idea? Okay, let's get started with this question. Gemco company sells electronic equipment and is about to launch a new product onto the market. It needs to prepare its budget for the coming year and trying to decide whether to launch the product at a price of $30 or $35. We have two options. Wherever we are getting what highest expected value, that will be chosen. Do you agree with me? Because sometimes you may think launching listen very carefully. Why are we? Because it's very clear at the very outset. You can say 30 or 35. What do you prefer? I'm asking from you. Sales perspective, right? 30 is better or 35 is better? 35 is better. It's very crystal clear answer. 35 is better than what 30. But as a management accounting perspective, we have to go beyond that level. Because when you try to decide your price, because what I'm telling you in the business, increasing the price is what committing the suicide. It's equal to committing the suicide. You can't keep on what increasing the price for what your product. If you keep on increasing the products where in the market, you can't but survive where in the market. You will be kicked off. You will be swept off. Right? So what I'm telling is that is the last option that you have where in the business. Right? Last option. You think increasing the selling price, I can increase the revenue. But we have learned about what? Elastic of what demand. Am I correct? When you increase the price on the other side, what will happen there? Sales volume. It may what fall. It may what decrease. Also, the increasing the price also we should decide based on the market conditions and the type of our product. Am I correct? Look at they have given the sales volume at a price of 30. There's a chance of getting what 120,000, 110,000 and 140,000. Correct? When it comes to what at a price of 35, look at your sales volume. It has fallen. Am I correct? Therefore, you will have to check at which price that are we getting higher expected value. That price will be chosen. Right? Let's quickly calculate the expected value for the both prices at $30 at $30. You know there are three probabilities: 0.4 times 930,000, 0.5 times 740,000, 0.1 time 1,310,000, 1,310,000. Let me know the expected value quickly. EV 3,72,000. Second one 70,000. Last one 1,30,000. Yeah, sorry. Now, what is the total expected value? 8,73,000. Which means, based on the market condition, right? If you go with the price of $30, your average profit would be how much? 873,000. Let's check at a price of what? 35. At a price of 35. Sometimes they won't give you the total what profit. They may give you the different selling price and the variable cost. Then you have to find out the what? Contributions. Am I correct? It depends on the question. But this, of course, I would say very straightforward and the very easiest questions, right? At 35, there are three probabilities: 0.3, 0.3 and 0.4. 1,172,000, 880,000, 740,000. Let me know the expected value quickly. 51,600. Okay, next one. 64,000. Okay, last one. 800. Total expected value?
9,04,400.
12,400. Right, okay. Now, which option will be chosen based on the expected value? At 35 will be chosen, right? Let's go back to the requirement one by quickly. What is the expected value for the profit for the 30 price option? That is what, 873,000, correct? What is the expected value of the profit at $35, which is what, 912,400? Which is the correct definition of the maxi mini? What is meant by maxi? You'll have to always read, but in the reverse order. Take the minimum payoff from the minimum. What is the best? Best out of worst. Am I correct? Best out of what? Worst. Under the rule, decision maker is optimist. No, not optimistic. Optimistic means what? Maximum. Under this rule, decision maker select the alternative which maximize the minimum payoff what achievable. Yes, that should be the correct answer. That should be the one correct answer. We don't read the balance because there's only one answer, right? Question number 4. Which price should be chosen by management if they use the maxi mini rule to decide the which price should be charged? Excuse me, don't forget. Whenever you come across what maxi max, maxi mini, likelihoods are not important. Probabilities are not important. We do focus only the what values. We do focus only the what values. What is exactly meant by maxi mini? Maxi mini. We have to check the minimum amount. If you look at 30, what is the minimum amount? 700 and at 30, minimum amount is how much? 740,000, right? When it comes to at 35, what is the minimum amount? 80? No, sorry, 7,42,000. Out of these two options, what is the best option? 35 is what? Out of the worst, the best. This is the best. 742,000. Therefore, the answer would be what? At 35. Do you agree with me? At 35. Question number 5. Question number 5. Maximax. Maximax. Best out of best. At 30, what is the best? 1,310,000. At 35, what is the best? 1,100 and what is the best? Max. Yes, 30. Best. The answer would be what? 30. Answer A. This is answer B. Is that clear? Online student, are you all okay? But it's a very easiest questions. Are you all okay? Now we are moving to bit of a what volume wise bigger questions, right? Also thinking also you have to go beyond the boundary, right? So that question will teach us exactly what is meant by risk and uncertainty. We try to do that questions then, right? It's not a past paper question. It's a question being given where in the Kaplan. What I found out of the whole question, that is the hardest questions, right? Recycle peers. Recycle peers. Excuse me. Uh, I'll give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Even though if you're not going to try the questions, no problem. Can you read and can you come up with a story about these questions? Can you tell me what is exactly this is? You read the question. I'm just expecting from you all to understand the question only first. I'm not expecting you to give the answers. Read the question line by line. Those who have read the questions, can you start up working? Can you try now? If you want me to brief the question first, I can brief the questions if you want. Then you can start. After that, I will explain everything. What do we do? Shall I brief the questions? Online? Shall I? Okay. See, I will start. You just continue. Right? Later, I will explain the whole part of the answer. Right? Recyc PLC is a company which reprocesses factory waste in order to extract good quality aluminium. They are converting waste into what? Aluminium. They may be using a different type of what? Chemical. We also call it as what? Catalyst. Right? So what they are doing is waste. Sorry. Waste. It's an input, right? Then the process, they're getting the output as what? Aluminium. Agree with me? First point, Recyc PLC places an advance order each year for chemical X for the use of the aluminium extraction process. Because you can't put the input as waste and you can't get the aluminium as what output. You'll have to infuse what? You'll have to infuse what? Some chemical, right? So that's what we call it as what? Catalyst, right? Then you will infuse a chemical. That chemical will give you the what? Output. But to place the chemical order with your supplier, you will have to have a what? Advanced contract. You should have a what? Advanced contract with your supplier with regard to the what? Chemical. I don't say, the question says. Right? Aluminium extraction process. It will enter into the advanced contract for the coming year for the chemical X at one of three levels. Your waste, there are three levels. It can be what? High, it can be what? Medium, or it can be what? Low. As long as if you know your waste is next year or next time waste is high, you can go for an advanced contract with what? Your supplier for what? High level of chemical requirement. Do you agree with me? If you know there will be a waste of what? Medium in the next period, you will enter into the contract with what? Your supplier for what? Medium. The problem that you have, you don't know the waste level when you are placing the what? Contract. When you are signing the contract, because you have to come up with a what? Advanced contract. You have to come up with a what? Advanced contract. When you are signing the contract with your supplier, you don't know the level of waste. That is the risk that we are going to face with these what? Business situations. Why? We don't know what is our waste level when you are signing the what, or when you are placing the what? Advanced contract with our supplier. Our level of waste, sometime it will be high, sometime it will be medium, sometime it will be what? Low. Sometime what you would do, your level of waste is high, you could have placed the what? Low order already. You would have already what? Signed the what? Low order. Then if the waste is high, low, is it what sufficient to what get the aluminium? No. Sometime you'd have what? Place the what? Low order, but your waste is what? High. Anything can happen. Anything what? Can happen. Which correspond to the requirement of what? High, medium, low level of waste available for reprocessing. That is what I'm telling you. High, no problem. Medium, no problem. Low, no problem. We can maximize what? Our profit. We can maximize what? Our profit if that happens. But we don't know. We would have signed the agreement with our supplier. We need a what? High chemical. We are expecting high. But sometimes it can be high, or it can be medium, or it can be what? Low. Same thing happened for what? Medium. as well as what? Full loop. Am I clear to you all? Right. That is the first part of the what? Question. First part of the questions. Second part, the level of phase available will not be known when the advanced order of chemical X is enter into. That is what I have told you. When you are signing the contract with what your supplier, you don't know the what level of phase. That is the big part of what risk for this company. But we don't know. Anything can happen. Am I correct? Anything can happen, but the agreement we are supposed to place the order but in advance. Then only they will deliver the what chemical on time, right? A set of probability have been estimated by the management as to the likelihood of quantity of waste being at a high, medium, or low level. So they have found the what probability. They have found the what probability. What is the probability that will be high or medium or what low for the waste level? Based on that only you will try to place the order, but that won't exactly happen. That's the probability, no estimation, no. Am I correct? Anything can happen. Very important point starting. Very important point starting. Right? I am expecting answer from you for this point. The level of where the advance order into the for chemical X is lower than that required for the level of waste for the processing actually received. A discount from the original demand price is allowed by the supplier for the total quantity of the max actually required. I don't understand. Can you all brief me that point, please? Where the advance order enter into for a chemical X. It's a very, very important point. Is lower than that required for the level of waste for processing actually received. Then the discount will be provided. Idea is this. Let's say you already placed the advance contract. You already placed the advance contract as what low. Example. I need low quantity. Later you found your actual waste is what? Higher. Then you are requesting what? I need not the low amount. Say for an example. Already you signed the agreement. I need 100 kilo. I need 100 kilo. Right? You also thought my waste would be what? Low. Then already you placed the order as for the what? Low. But now you got the what? High waste. Right? Then since the waste is high, your requirement would be what? Chemical also what? High. Now you are telling them, for me, I need 150 kilo. Not 100 kilo. I need what? 150 kilo. Will the supplier be happy or sad? Will he prefer to do more sales or less sales? More sales. Then you are making him a what? Happy face. You are making him a what? Happy face. Already I requested from you 100 kilo. Now I need what 150 kilo. Then what he is telling is, for that we will give you the discount since you are making us what happy. I don't say, the question say. Look at the question what it says. Just check whether I'm there or not for that particular point. Where the advance order enter into for a chemical X is lower than that required for the level of waste for processing actually received, a discount from the original demand price is allowed by the supplier for the total quantity of the chemical X actually required. Is that clear? Just check where I'm there or not. Is that understandable? Shall we move on to the point 4? Point 4. Where the advance order enter into a chemical exceeds excess of that required for the satisfy the actual level of waste for reprocessing, penalty payment in excess for the original demand price is payable for the total quantity of chemical actually required. What does that mean? Opposite. Opposite. Already you said what? I need what? I need what? High. My requirement is what? High. Or it can be even a medium. High or medium. I need high or medium. Say for example, high. It can be high even a medium. Now you are telling them, no. I need only what? Low quantity. I need only what? Low quantity. Are you going to put a happy face or are you going to irritate him? The supply. You're going to irritate him. Since you're going to irritate him, for that you have to pay what? Penalty. What is the penalty? The price would be what? Premium. They may what? Increase your price. Is that understandable, that point? Is that understandable, that point? Online student, are you all with me? Online, are you all with me? Navya, Nisho Joel, Praveen, Emily. Since you are going to irritate him, you have to pay what? Penalty. Clear? Is that understandable? Right. A summary of the information relating to the above points is as follows. They have given level of waste high now 50,000 kilograms. High waste, medium waste, low waste. 50,000 kilogram, 3 zeros on the top. It's easy for us to work. Otherwise, number will become very extensive. This is what 38,000. This is what 30,000. And they have given the probability also. We'll see whether it's needed or not. If you are placing the order, this should be $1. High order. If you are placing medium order, it would be what? $1.2. Low order, $1.4. There's no problem. High to high, medium to medium, low to low. We'll go with as it is. The problem that we are going to face with the what? Some other options. Other options, right? Look at, they have given, that is the first part of the table. If you look at the table, bit cranky, right? Second part of the table, chemical X, order conversion. Low to medium, conversion discount is 0.1. Can you explain me what is that? Low to medium, conversions discount is 0.1. What does that mean? Low to medium. What is the price if it is low to medium? How much that you are going to pay for the low to medium? Anyone? Low to medium. They say the second part of the table, low to medium, you will be given the discount of what? $0.1. Can you all explain me what is exactly meant by low to medium? Which means already you have signed the agreement with your supplier. I need low quantity. Low quantity. Original plan was what? Low quantity. What would be the price for the low? $1.4. Right? Now you are asking from him, I need what? Medium quantity. I need what? Low to medium means I need what? Medium. Because your waste level is what? medium. Are you going to make him a happy face or are you going to irritate, insult him? Are you going to make him happy or irritate? Make him happy. Since you are going to make him happy, he will make you to happy by giving the what? Discount. So low to medium, he's going to give a discount of how much? 0.1. Then the price would be what? 1.30. Then the price would be what? 1.30. That will be given for entire medium quantity. That is what the last part of what your each point says. Look at discount from the original demand price is allowed by the supplier for the total quantity of material, for total quantity of chemical X what? Actually required. Now actually required is not 100, now 200. You ask what more. So all 200 kilo, they will give you the what? Discount. Since what? You are making him what? Happy. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Let's take about what? One more part in the last one. High to low. High to low. Can you explain me what is meant by high to low? The last one, high to low. Yes. Yes. Then what would be the rate high to low? 0.6 is a penalty that they are going to charge. What is the price? New price? $2. Very good. It should be what? 1.6. Why do we say $1.6? Originally, you placed the order with him as high. So high, you have agreed with him how much? $1. Now you are telling him, right? My waste is only what? Low. Therefore, just give me what? Less than what I have already requested. Then you are making him what? Happy or what? Sad. Sad. Then you will have to pay what? Penalty. How much he is going to charge the penalty? Each and every kilo what is needed, he is going to charge the penalty of what? 0.6. Then the new price would be 1.6 for the required quantity. So that is also required quantity. The requirement originally 1000, but now you are telling him I need only 700 kilo. Then the first 700 kilo, he would give you the price of how much? 1.6. 1.6. But if you would have already placed the order for low, he could have given you 1.40. He could have given you what? 1.40. But now you are telling him, originally you planned as a what? High. Now you are telling him to deliver what? Low. Then high to low, he is going to charge the penalty. That penalty is obviously more than the what? Original price. What is the original price for low? 1.4. The new price for high to low is how much? 1.60. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Right. Last part of the questions. Last part of the question. What they say. Aluminium is sold $0.65. Selling price of the aluminium is what? $0.65 per kilogram. Per kilogram. Clear? Variable cost excluding material X. Why they have given excluding material X? Variable cost excluding material X. Why? No. Not only the penalty. Yes, of course. We don't know the material cost. Why? Material cost can be anything. That is based on the contract that we have already signed with him. If you would have signed the contract high, then your requirement also high, no problem. Then we can find out the what? Material cost easily. But we would have signed the contract as a what? High. We may ask them to deliver what? Medium. Or we may ask them to deliver what? Low. There are three options. Then again, for the medium, already you have signed the contract as a what? Medium. Now you are telling them to what? High. Or you are telling them to what? Medium. Or you are telling them to what? Low. Anything had happened. Each and every option, there are three elements. Do you agree with me? Each three element different what? Material cost. That's the reason they have given initially without the material cost. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? That is, but excluding variable cost is what, 70%. That's very easy. Aluminium extracted from the waste, 15% are the waste input. Now we can calculate the aluminium, high, medium, low, right? We are going to extract only how many percent? 15%. I'll put 3 zeros on the top. For high, our input is how much? 50,000 kilogram. Am I correct? Then 50,000 kilogram into 15%. How much? 7,500. 7,500 kilograms. Am I correct? So anyway, 3 zeros on the top. So second medium of waste is what? 38,000. 15%, which is how much? 5,700 kilograms, right? Low, 30,000 into 15%, 4,500 kilograms. These are what? Aluminium for each what? Level of waste, right? And they have given the selling price. What is the selling price? 0.65, 0.65, 0.65. Now we can get the what? Sales. You can get the what? Sales. Now each option you can get the sales. High, what is the sales? Medium, what is the sales? Low, what is the sales? Correct? From the sales, you will subtract what? Variable cost, excluding what? Material cost, which is what? 70% of what? Sales. Now you can get the contribution before what? Material. Contribution before material. Do you agree with me? Now the question says, chemical X is added to the reprocessing at the rate of 1 per kilogram of 100 kilogram of waste. Now we have to find out what is the chemical requirement. So there are 3 levels once again: high, medium, low. 1 kilo chemical is needed for every 500 kilogram of what? 1 kilogram of chemical needed for 500 kilogram of what? Waste. Correct? So high level of waste is how much? 50,000, 3 zeros on the top. How much of the chemicals needed? Every 500 kilo, you need a 1 kilo of what? Chemical. The high level of waste is going to give you what? 50,000, 3 zeros on the top, right? So how much of the chemical which is required? One kilo chemical is needed for every 100 kilogram of waste. 50,000 kilogram of waste, how many kilogram of chemical required? Sanjana, you are wrong. 500. Yes, of course. 500, 3 zeros what? On the top. Am I correct? So if it is a medium order, what is your waste? 38,000. Therefore, how many kilogram of chemicals needed? 380. 3 zeros on the top. Am I correct? Then here 30,000 low, 300 chemical, 300 kilogram, 3 zeros on the top needed. Now, you know contributions here. You know contribution here before what? Material cost. Now, every level of phase, there are 3 types of what? Material cost. One is high, another one is medium, another one is what? Low. Here also what? High, medium, low. Here also what? High, medium, low. Because there are three possible outcomes for each what? Waste level. Do you agree with me? 3 types of what? Material costs. Clear? Now look at the requirement. Prepare a summary which show the budgeted contribution earned by Recycle PLC for the coming year for each 9 possible outcomes. That is 9 possible. Why do we say 9 possible outcomes? This is first, correct? This is what? Second. This is what? Third. This is what? Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. So I have shown you the what? Format. I have explained the question. Now you can start to work. I can give you 15 minutes time to get the answer. Don't try the B part. First, let's get started with what A. Then we can come up with what B. Right? Sanjana, you are wrong. High to low. High to low, that should be how much we have calculated. High to low, how much we have calculated? $1.6. High to low, it should be 1.6, Sanjana, not 2. High to low mean already you signed the agreement with your supplier. I need high. Then your original agreement says for high $1. Now you are telling him, I don't want high, I just give me what low. Since now you are requesting low, now they are telling you we are going to charge what penalty. How much that we are going to charge penalty? High to low $0.6. Therefore 1 plus 0.6, $1.6. Sanjana, are you okay? Sanjana has got the answers. 600 and 962, I think. Let's double check Sanjana. 962.5, 837.5, 662.5. Let's see. Don't know. Let's double check, Sanjana. Have you got the answers, guys? Sanjana, who have shared me the answers, don't know. Malavika? Malavika, have you got the answers? You want time or shall I explain? Anyone who have got the answers? What about guys? Noted. So I have almost done 70% of the questions. Only you had to work for a 30%. Almost I have done for 70% of the questions. I'm just taking down the same thing what I have explained again, right? How much for medium? 5,700. Right. This is the summary of the questions. We are converting waste into what? Aluminium. For the conversion process, we need to infuse the what? Chemical. Right? So the chemical requirement is every 1 kilogram of waste. I'm sorry. Every 100 kilogram of waste equals to 1 kilogram of what? Chemical. There are three level of waste. One is a high, other one is what? Medium, third one is what? Low. So high level of waste is what? 50,000 kilogram, three zeros on the top. Kilogram, 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 three zeros on the top. Since your waste is high 50,000 kilogram, the chemical requirement would be only what? 500 kilogram, because every 100 kilogram of what waste will require 1 kilogram of what? Chemical. Therefore 500 kilogram of what? Chemical, which will require three zeros on the top for when the waste level is what? High. Medium, which would be how much? 380. Low, 300 kilograms. Right? And selling price of the aluminum is for $0.65 per kilogram. The variable cost before the deduction of what material, which is what 70% of what sales. Then we are going to get the what aluminum. The aluminum we are going to get only 15% from what our waste. So when the waste level is what high, which is what 50,000, we are going to get the aluminum for 7,500 kilogram, medium 5,700, and the low 4,500. This is a summary of the question. So when we need to enter into the advance contract with our supplier with regard to our chemical, when you are placing the advance contract as what low quality, low requirement, and if you are requesting the high, you are making supply to the happy face. Therefore, he is going to give you the what discount. If it is opposite, you are going to irritate him. Then he will charge the what penalty. That's a what premium price. Are you clear with the questions? So now let's get started with what getting the answers, right? This is high. This is medium. This is what low. Let's get the sales. Sales, right? For high, our aluminum is how much? 7,500. Selling price is how much? $0.65. Then that would give you how much? $4,875. $4,875. When the level of waste is what medium, what would be your sales? Very good, 3,705. 3,705. When the level of waste is what low? 925. $2,925. Now I found the sales. Now minus what? Variable cost before what? Material, which is how many percentage? 70%. That will give you how much? 5. Correct? Next one. Very good. 2,500 and 2,593.5. Sorry. Five. Next. 47.5. Correct? Now let's get the what? Contributions before what? Material. Correct? How much? 1,400. Okay. Here 111.5. Last one. Very good. Now let's calculate the what? Material cost for what? Each option, right? If you look at high, I'll explain one by one, right? High. There are three options. One option is what? High, right? Another option is what? Medium. Another option is what? Low. Correct? So when the level of waste is high, what is the material requirement? How many kilogram which is needed? When the material requirement is what? High, right? If your level of waste is high, how many kilogram which is needed? Because here we have put as a level of waste, no? Level of waste and the level of sales. Based on the level of waste, we will be getting level of what? Sales. When the level of waste is high, our sales also what? High, which is how much? $4,875. Then the material requirement also what? High. How many kilo? Very good. 500 kilo. So if it is high, your requirement is 500 kilogram. Every kilogram they are charging $1. Do you agree with me? Just take high to high. Therefore, $500 Therefore, the cost would be, contribution would be 962.5. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Oh, when it comes to, excuse me, listen very carefully. When your level of phase is high, your requirement won't change. That will be definitely 500 kilograms. Then only what you can get the what output. The material requirement, if the level of phase is high, your material also what? Your chemical also should be what? 500. Do you agree with me? That won't get changed. Therefore, that will be how much? 500 kilograms. Now only the problem would arise with regard to the what? Price. So now already you enter into the contract at what? Medium. Agree with me? What is the price of medium? 1.20. 1.2. 1.2. Now you are requesting more or less. Already you enter into the contract as what? Medium, no? Right? For medium, the price is how much? 1.2. Now are you asking more or less? Your level of phase is how much? Because level of phase is high, your sales is volume is high, your material requirement also what? High. But high $1, high to high. But already you enter into the contract with your suppliers medium. What is the price for the medium? 1.2. Now you are requesting what? No, I need what? High. Since you are requesting high, are you going to make him happy or what? Irritate him? Happy. So since you are going to make him happy, will he give the discount or will he charge penalty? Discount. How much? 0.1. Is going to give a discount. Am I correct? Then your price would be 1.1. Agree with me? Agree with me? Therefore, total amount is how much? 550. Therefore, your contribution would be how much? Yes, Sanjana, your format is correct. No problem. The way of getting the sales. No problem at all. How much? That is the most shortest way. But I didn't explain to these people. Sometimes they may get confused. You can go. No problem at all. How much? 900 1462.5 minus 550. Once again, I'll explain to you. Just have a look. Right? Your level of waste is high now because we are doing the calculation for the high. If since the level of waste is high, your chemical also what the requirement? High. So what then high requirement is how many kilogram of chemical? In case if your level of waste is high, your chemical also what the requirement is what? High. How many kilogram is needed? 500 kilogram is needed. Now here 500 kilo. They won't charge you the what? Same price what they have charged for the high. Why? Already you entered with the medium contract. Already you entered with the what? Medium contract. What is the price for the medium contract? 1.20. 1.20. 1.20. But now you are telling them, since I have already entered in the what medium contract, but my level of phase is high, give me what? More material. Since you are requesting more material, you are going to make them what? Happy. Then they are going to give you the what? Discount. Originally you asked from medium, but now you are telling them what? I need high. They are going to give their high 500 with the what? Discount. So every 1 kilo, what is the discount? 0.1 minus 0.1. Then the new price would be 1.1. Sorry. 1.1. So 1.1 times 500 is how much? 550. then what would be the contribution? Very good, 912.5 is a contribution. Right, the third option you will understand further. Third option, still your requirement is what? 500. Do you agree with me? Why? Your level of waste is what? 500. Your level of waste is what? 500. Therefore, material requirement also what? Should be what? 500. But your advance order is already for what? Low. What is the price for the low? What is the price for low? 1.40. 1.40. 1.40. But now you are telling them, no, I need what? High. I need what? High. Since you are requesting more, are they going to give you the discount, or are they going to charge you the penalty? Discount. So now you can check low to high. What is the discount? Low to high. 0.15. Therefore 1.4 minus what? 0.15. What is the price? 1.25 is the price. Then 1.25 times 500, how much? $625. Then what is the contribution? 1462.5 minus 625. What? 37.5. Are you okay? Sure? Right. Now quickly take down first before we continue. Sanjana, did you change the figures? I just made it very small font size because a bit of a calculation to be done. Is it visible for you all? Numbers online? Is it visible for you all? Excuse me. Sanjana, is it visible? My numbers, what I have put away on the whiteboard. That's okay. I'm just asking whether it's visible. Thank you. Thank you. Shall we do for the next one? It's not compulsory to go with the same format. It's not compulsory. Any format is okay. You have to show all 9 possible outcome contribution. That's all. This is what I found the easiest way of getting the answer. That's all. Even Sanjana, who have found the contribution before material cost, very, very shortcut. Really appreciate your work. Shall we move on? Shall I proceed? Right, okay. Now, if you look at your, level of phase is medium and your sales also what? Medium. There are 3 possible level of what? Sales. Right? There are 3 possible level. One is high, another one is medium, third one is what? Low. Agree with me? Now you tell me if, excuse me, listen very carefully. Your level of waste is only medium. Since your level of waste is medium, your sales also medium, what would be the material requirement? 380. So under any circumstances, material requirement would be how much? 380. 80 kilo, 380 kilo, 380 kilo. Only we need to find out the now price. Medium to medium, no problem. What is the price they have given? What is the price they have given? 1.2. Then what is the cost? $456. Then what is the contribution? What is the contribution? $655.5 is the contribution. Is that understandable? Is that clear? Now let's move on to the what? High to medium. High to medium. So your material requirement is 380. Already you have signed the contract with what your supplier for high. High, what is the price? $1. One. But now you are asking from him, no, I need what? Medium. I go to make him happy or I go to irritate him? Irritate. Then since you are going to irritate him, he will irritate you. Charging what? Penalty. How much is going to charge penalty for high to medium? Very good, 0.25. Then 1.25 times 380, that would give you how much? Sorry? 1.25 times 380. 475. Now what is the contribution? 9875. 1100 minus 400 won't be. I don't think. 600 and that is correct. Because here 1111, this is 475. Then it should be in between 600 to 700. Third one is what? Low to medium. What is the original price for low? What is the original price for low? 1.4. Now you are asking from him. What? I need what? Medium. I go to make him happy or I go to regret him? Already you signed the agreement with low. Now we are asking what? Medium. Then you will make what? Him happy. So he will give the discount. From 1.4, he will give the discount of how much? 0.1. Therefore 1.3 would be the cost. So 1.3 times 380. How much? 494. What is the contribution?
7.5.
61. Quickly take down. Excuse me, the question is very easy as long as you understood the question. But the challenging part where in the exam, you'll have to complete this question within the particular time frame. You can't keep on reading the question again. You won't have a time where in the exam. It's a very good question. This is. How do you feel? Not to make you all too scary, just to give you the knowledge. It will open up a knowledge to tackle the what easiest questions were in the exam. Shall we move on to the last part of what contributions? Right. So here, right, high, medium, low. So our level of phase is what? Low. Do you agree with me? Our level of phase is what? Low. Since our level of base is low, our sales also what? Low. Material requirement also what? Low. So if it is low, how many kilogram? 300. He also what? 300 kilogram. He also what? 300 kilogram. For low to low, what is the price? 1.4. Then 300 times 1.4, which is how much?
7.5.
455. Now we can get the contribution, which is how much? 877 minus 457.5. Four 420. Therefore, the contribution is 457.5. So now already you have entered into the contract as high. What was the price for high? 1. But now you are telling them, I need what? Low. This is the highest amount of the penalty that you will be charged. Why? You already entered in the high. Now you are requesting what? No, I don't want the high. My level of face is only what? Low. Then he will charge the penalty of how much? 0.6. Then 1 plus 0.6. 1 plus. Then your total amount is how much? 480. Yeah, 300. One more part. Already you entered the medium. Medium, what is the price? 1.2. Am I correct? 1.2. But now you are asking what? Low. Low. Then again you will be charged what? Penalty. How much you are going to charge the penalty? How much you will be charged the penalty? 0.25. Then 1.45 times 300. That would give you how much? 435. Now you can get the contribution. How much the contribution? 400. Is that understandable? Quickly take down. Shall we answer for the part B or do you want break? Break. Yes, take a break and come. We'll discuss right after the break, the part B. let's get started. So the next part, can you read question please? Next part of the questions. Come on. Okay. The requirement is the risk averse person and the risk seeker. Am I correct? Excuse me. There are two things. One is advance order. Another one is what? Level of what? Waste. One is advance order. Another one is what? Level of waste. First, you tell me where you have the control. Do you have a control on the level of waste or do you have a control on the level advance order? Where you have the control? I'm not talking about the management accounting. I'm just general question I'm asking from you all. General question that I'm asking from you all. You have an advance order and you have a level of waste. Where you have the complete control. Do we have a control on? Of course. It's not a rocket science. It's a very straightforward one. You can't control the level of waste. Right? It's automatically generated. Am I correct? So one side we put what? Advance order. Right? Other side is what? Level of waste. Don't forget. So therefore our decision criteria would be always based on what? Level of order. Level of what? Order, not the level of waste. So maximax, we'll have to identify which order. Are we going to go for a high order? Are you going to go for a medium order? Are you going to go for a what? Low. You can't say what? Level of waste. Then you're wrong. Fundamental mistakes. You will have complete control only what? Advanced order, not the level of waste. Correct? Then here high, medium, low. Right? High, medium, low. Right? Let's start from what high, that is 962.5. Am I correct? Next one is what? 912.5. Next one is what? 805. Medium 636.5. 605. Next 17.5. Low 5. 400. Next one 400. Okay. Now I have put the values way on the table. Now what is the requirement? First one is what? Maxi max. Am I correct? Maxi max. What is maxi max? Best out of best. Am I correct? When you place a high order, maximum amount come from where? Here. 962.5. Correct? When you place a medium order, because we'll have to check in the orders perspective, not the value of waste, because that is not controlled by ourselves, right? Medium order, this is the maximum amount. When it comes to low order, this is the maximum. Best out of best is what? 962.5 come from where? High order. Is that understandable? So you'll have to give a small interpretation. Maxi max means what? Best out of best. So if you look at high order level, 962.5, medium order level, 912.5, low order level, 837.5. Best out of the above figures would be what? High order level. Is that understandable? Second one is what? Maxi mini. Maxi mini. Maxi mini. Right? Maxi mini, you know, best out of the lowest. Best out of the worst. Am I correct? So if you place the high order, the worst would be what? 397.5. Agree with me? Medium order, 442.5. Low order, this is the lowest term. Out of the lowest, what is the best? 457.5. That come from the what? Low order. Is that understandable? There are three outcomes here. 397.5, 442.5, 457.5. Out of the all three, what is the best? This is the best. That comes from what? Low order. Are you all done? Right. Now I'm going to take you the last part of what risk and uncertainty, which is what? Decision tree. Decision tree. Another name is decision diagram. Another name is probability tree. All are same. All are same. So this technique, which is applied or used by risk neutral. Because we try to calculate expected value from what? This decision tree. So this decision tree, listen very carefully, we'll have to take a decision. The decision which would be taken based on the subsequent results. Based on the what? Subsequent results. For this model, we call it as what? Rollback model. Working backwards from right hand side to left hand side. We work from the last to what? First. Whenever you get a questions where in the exam with regard to the decision tree, that would be very easy. I'll tell you the reason. The decision tree which will be provided. Only you'll have to do the calculation and you'll take the decision, because you can't sketch the diagrams where in the exam. Therefore, if the examiner wants to test you with regard to the what decision tree, they have only one option. Question will be given. The question answer, not with the complete answer, half of the answer will be provided. You'll have to work backwards and you'll have to find out the answer. But to understand exactly what is meant by decision tree, we'll have to get started with the what? The way of what? Sketching the diagram. Therefore, I will try to teach you the whole part. Then we can focus on how it will be tested by in the exam. That would be what? Very straightforward. That would be what? Very straightforward. Right? Also, but for your level, it's very easy. Why I'm telling? Answer will be provided. Diagram will be provided by in the exam. Otherwise, when you are reading the questions, the decision tree question, it's a bit of a what? Confusion. Because you can start off at sketching the diagram after reading the whole part of the question. Otherwise, it will be a problem for you to what? Get the answers. Right? So now, I'll tell you the steps, but you don't have to follow the steps. Once again, I'm telling you, answer will be provided for your level. Like a linear program. Like linear programming. Question will be provided. The graph will be provided. From the graph, you'll have to answer for the questions. Same thing for what? Decision tree. From the diagram, you'll have to answer for the questions. Right? You'll have to remember a few notations with regard to the what? Decision tree. First notation is decision box. What is meant by notation? Anything which is given in the form of what graphs or graphical view, we call it as what? Notations. First notation is what? Decision box. Every decision box, don't forget, every decision box, you should take the decisions. You should take the decision. Whether to go for a branch 1, branch 2, or branch 3, or branch 4. But generally 2 branches, generally 2 options, generally there is an opportunity. It may be tested what with the more than 2 branches, more than 2 options. Therefore, every decision box, you should take the decision. So you then and there you can't take the decision. That decision which should be taken based on the what subsequent results. I can take the very basic example. Let's say this Arivu Pro. They are going to start the new intake. Arivu Pro. They are going to start the new intake with advertisement or without the advertisement. They have 2 options. They have 2 options. Either with advertisement, advert, or what without advert. You tell me, is possible or not? Possible. They can start the new intake either what through the advertisement or without doing any advertisement. If you are going to start the new intake with the advertisement, you will have to pay for the advertisement. Do you agree with me? If you are going to pay for the advertisement, let's say 50,000 rupees for the advertisement. So without advertisement, which is what? 0. Now you can't take the decision. Starting with advertisement or without the advertisement. You will have to what? Properly analyze. If I start the new batch with the advertisement, what would be my profit? Without advertisement, what would be my profit? Based on that only, you will take the decision. Do you agree with me? Therefore, every decision box, you should take the decision. Whether to go for a branch 1 or branch 2. Is that understandable? Is that clear? Second one is what? Outcome circle. This we call it as what? Outcome circle. Or another name is outcome node. Outcome circle or outcome node, which means anything which is given with the probability. Anything which is given with the probability, it should be what? Outcome circle or outcome node. How? If Arivu Pro start the new batch with the advertisement, there is a 60% chance of making profit 100,000, 40% chance of making profit, let's say 50,000. You got my point. Anything which is given with the probability, it should be a what? Outcome circle. Every outcome circle, you should calculate what? Expected value. What is meant by expected value? EV. 0.6 times what? 100,000. 0.4 times what? 50,000. That would give you here 60,000. Here what? 20,000. Altogether how much? 80,000. So here it's how much? 80,000. This 80,000 can be earned after spending how much? 50,000. Therefore, your net amount would be what? 30,000 if you start the new batch with the advertisement. You understand? Do you understand? Are you all clear? Online students? If you start the batch without the advert, there is a 70% chance of making profit 10,000. 30% chance of what? Making loss 2,000. So let's say this is 100,000. 70% chance of making what? Profit how much? 100,000. 30% loss is what? Making loss. Now again, we have to calculate the expected value 2. That is how much? 0.7 times 100,000, which is how much? 70,000. 0.3 times 2,000 negative, correct? Which is how much? 600. No, 6,000, no? 2,000 or 20,000 I put. 20,000 now, 6,000. Therefore, 64,000 is my profit. Correct? Therefore, what is your conclusion? What is your decision now? Starting the new intake without what? Advertisement. If advertisement is positive or more than the without advertisement, you will select what? advertisement. But this decision, the first part of the decision that you can take based on the what? Subsequent results. So once again, I'll start. Always decision tree should start from the decision box. Agree with me? Decision tree should start from what? Decision box. Every decision box, you should take the decision based on the what? Subsequent results. Based on the subsequent results. This is the notation for what? Decision box. Second one is what? Outcome circle. Every outcome circle which is associated with what? Probability, you'll have to calculate what? Expected value. You'll have to calculate what? Expected value. Expected value means what? Average. Expected value means what? Average. Then you will identify or you will take the decision based on the what? Your final results. That's the summary of what? Decision tree. Clear? One more part. Generally, a decision box cannot be followed by another decision box. You will understand what I said. Generally, a decision box cannot be followed by another decision. After you take the decision, you can't take another decision. Therefore, a decision box should be followed by what? Outcome circle. But if you look at the outcome circle, it can be followed by another decision box or another outcome circle. It depends on the questions once again. It can be followed by what? Another decision box or another outcome circle. It is depending on what question. We will be discussing one complete question. You will get to know exactly how the decision tree can be constructed. Right? That's a summary of what? Decision tree. Are you clear? Anything that you want to ask? Shall we go for the questions now? Right. Go and just check whether you have received any files. Have no? Can you share? Yes. Can you start off sketching the diagram? It's not complicated question. It's very easy. But this question, which is consisting the whole part of the adjustment under decision tree. A very straightforward question. What is the problem that you are going to face with the bit of a confusion wording on and the sentences. You'll have to read first the entire question. Try to take the story of the questions. Then you can sketch the diagram. Don't go step by step process for this. Some people what they try to do is first they will read the what first para, then they will start to what sketch. You can't do that. Right? You should read the entire part of the what questions, and you have to remember the story, and you have to work. That's the easiest way of getting the answer. Don't get me wrong. Once again, I'm asking how many of them are going for the exam this time. One is from here. Two, online. How many of them are going for the exam this time? March. I know Sanjana is going for the exam. Arokya, are you going for the exam this time? Emily? Priyanka is not there. What about Malavika? This time, no? Then Malavika, this time or the next time? This time. Superb. Arokya, how do you feel? Are you comfortable with the subject? Thank you. Anyone who have got the answers? Come on. Anybody who have found the answers? Sanjana, Arokya, Malavika. But you should take a decision whether to develop in house or subcontract. That should be your ultimate decisions. As long as if you got to know that part, you can sketch the diagram. Sanjana, any answers? Navya? Shall we get started? Nobody have brought me the answers. Why? A very small question. This is 10 marks questions. Right, okay. Somebody can help me to read the questions, please. I'm not going to read the questions anyway. You just read me the question, please, first. Just go ahead. Time to time, you'll have to stop, right? Don't get me wrong, right? Okay, go ahead.
Our company has just won a contract worth $80,000 it delivers a successful product on time, but only $40,000 if it is late.
Right, okay. Software company won the contract if they are going to deliver their product on time, right? Worth of how much? 80,000. If they are not going to deliver on time, if it gets late, then they'll be given only how much? 40,000. That is one part of what our decision tree, but that is not a starting part, right? Go ahead.
It faces the problem now of whether to produce the work in-house or to subcontract it.
Right, okay. Excuse me, don't forget. Whenever the examiner use the word of what, either or whether, either, just giving the hint, right? Either or whether, it should be a decision box. It should be a what? Decision box. Here what they say, you can develop a software in-house, one option, correct? Or you can what? Subcontract. Agree with me? Go ahead.
Subcontract the work costs $50,000.
Okay.
Contractor is so fast. and-
Excuse me. If you go to subcontract, you will incur the cost of how much?
$50,000.
$50,000. Yes, go ahead.
Contractor is so fast and reliable as to make it certain that successful software is produced on time.
Now one information, complete information is given. If you are going to deliver the software on time, you can win the contract worth of how much? 80,000. But the external subcontractor, they are what? Very fast. They will deliver on time. So if you want to get the software through the what external subcontractor, you'll have to pay for them how much? 50,000. Then you can get a amount of how much? 80,000. So then the net worth for the company would be 30,000. If you subcontract. Is it understandable? Is it understandable? Others? Is it understandable? Sanjana? Yes, go ahead.
The work is produced in-house, the cost will be only $20,000.
Right, okay. In-house, we are going to pay only $20,000. Yes.
$20,000 when based on past experience would be a 90% chance of being successful in the event of the software not being successful.
Right, okay. What they say is, if you're going to develop the software in-house, you will incur only $20,000. But if you look at subcontract, the chance is 100% but on time. 100% chance is what? On time. The total probability is what? 1. But here they say what? 90% chance is only what? Successful. 0.9 successful. Right? Then the fail would be how much? 1. Fail. Then if it is once again successful, you can get an income of how much? 80,000. Agree with me? Is that understandable? Right, go ahead now.
There would be insufficient time to rewrite the whole package internally, but there would still be the options of either a late rejection of the contract at a total cost of $10,000 or of late subcontracting the work on the same terms as.
Right, okay. What they say is, after you develop a software in-house, if you find that is successful, you can sell the software at a price of how much? $80,000. But the chance is only what? 90%. But after you develop in-house, if you found that is what fail, now you have a two option. One option, you can go for a what? Late rejection, correct? Paying the what? Compensations. How much the compensations?
$10,000.
You can tell them it's a cost, right? You can tell them. So after we made it in-house, right, it's got failed. Therefore, we'll pay you 10,000 as a what? Compensation. Or After you found fail, still you can go for a what? Subcontract. So if you go for a subcontract, you'll have to pay once again how much? $50,000. Agree with me? You can go for a subcontract. Then you'll have to pay how much? $50,000. Same as the what? Previous contract. Do you agree with me? Right. Go ahead.
With this late start, the local subcontractor is estimated to have only a 50-50 chance of producing the work on time or producing it late.
Right. Okay. Excuse me. After you get late to subcontract, right? The subcontract also will say what? 50% chance we can deliver on time, 50% chance we also may get what? Late. So on time, 50%, which is how much? 0.5. Late, 0.5. If it is on time, we can get what? 80,000. Late now, 40,000. Yes, go ahead.
In this case, the subcontractor still has to be paid $50,000 regardless of whether he meets the deadline or not. Fee for me, the software company using squares for decision points and circles for outcome, including all relevant data on the net.
So I have put everything on the screen. At least now, can you get me the final answer? Whether to subcontract or in-house, what would be the what lucrative option for the company? So I have given you the decision trees. I have given the questions. I have given you the what decision trees. Now we have to get the answers. This is the what part which will be tested by in your exam. Only this would be given. Question would be given. The answer is given. You have to work backwards and you have to find out the correct answers. Can you work on that? I'll give you 5 minutes. Quickly do it. What's the final answer? What's the final answer? In-house or subcontract? What is more worthwhile? Sanjana, Malavika. Come on. What's the answer? Sanjana, I haven't got yet. Come on, girls. Are you all done? I'm confused. 59,000. What is 59,000? I'm not able to understand. Confuse it. What is that 59,000, Sanjana? Where you have got 59,000? Which part? Let me know. I can explain again. In-house. In-house is that 59,000. Let's check. Let's work on this. So I have told you this is a rollback model. Every outcome circle you already calculate what expected value. Every outcome circle you already calculate what expected value. Every decision box you should take a decision, right? Rollback model working backwards. So let's calculate EV1 here. EV1 here. EV1 equal 0.5 times what? 80,000, which is how much? 40,000. 0.5 times 40,000. Therefore, how much? Altogether, how much? 60,000. So this is 60,000. That 60,000 is coming after you are giving the subcontract. Am I correct? So subcontract, your cost is how much? 10,000. So here, one option is 10,000 positive or late rejection. You'll have to pay the compensation of what? 10,000. What would be a decision? Compensation or the subcontract? So every decision box, you should take a decision. Every decision box, you'll have to take a decision. What would be your decision? Whether it is late subcontract or the late rejection or subcontract. What is lucrative options? Subcontract, which is 10,000. Am I correct? So that comes from the what? Fail. Right? But now this is not applicable because this is our decisions. Am I correct? Now this is EV2. EV2. Expected value 2. 0.9 times 80,000, which is how much? 72,000. Next one is 0.1 times 10,000, which is how much? 1,000. Therefore, 73,000. Now, here EV2 is what? 73,000. This 73,000 can be earned after spending how much? 20,000. Therefore, the net amount would be how much? 53,000. So, if you develop in-house, it gives you what? 53,000. If you subcontract, it gives you what? 30,000. Then what would be the final conclusion? Develop in-house. In-house. Clear? Sanjana, are you okay? Are you all okay? Shall we do with that knowledge 10 marks questions, right? Malavika, you made a small mistake. Where you went wrong, Malavika? Malavika? Ah, okay. Now are you clear, Malavika? Now look at here the question is given and answer is also given. You'll have to find out the what? Expected value. Right? Can you try on it? Very easiest questions. Read the question first. Read the question first and try the answers. Right? I will got the answers. Answer also given, only you have to calculate the what numbers. So every decision box, you have to take a decisions. Am I correct? So I'll show you the way of what getting the answers. So look at here, we can go with the market research or without the market research, right? If you go with without the market research, there are three shops: a small shop, large, and no shops. So there are two conditions. One is a favorable condition. Another one is what? Unfavorable condition. So if you go without the market research, 50-50 favorable condition, and they have given the respective amount. Small shop is how much? 30,000. Am I correct? With the what favorable condition? Unfavorable condition 10,000 negative. Am I correct? Then large shop they have given 0.5 60,000. Unfavorable how much? 40,000 negative. Then last option is what? No shop. Am I correct? No shop. They have given favorable is 0, unfavorable is what? 0. So now you can find out what if the no market research. So I'll show you the no market research, right? Just have a look. They have given the even a what do you call uh, outcome circle FGH. So no market research, no market research, F that would be 0.5 times 30,000, which is what? 15,000, correct? 0.5 times 10,000 negative, 5,000 negative, correct? Therefore, what? 10,000. Am I correct? So first one is a small shop. That would give you 10,000. Large shop, large 0.5 times 60,000, 30. Again 0.5 times 40,000 negative. That would give you 20,000 negative. Therefore, 10,000. So no shop is what? 0. No need to calculate. So therefore, for no market research, you can select both options. Both is giving you what? 10,000. It can be either what? S or L. That will be decided. But anyway, 10,000 is the expected value. Whether to go for a what? Smaller, large shop, we will decide based on the what? Market research first. Same way you have to calculate for the market research. Can you calculate for market research now? It's not visible values. The value is not clear. What I have put where on the screen or as okay. What do we do then? Yeah, it's up to you. You could have done it. I think Sanjana, your answer is correct. I think she has got the answers. Thank you. Now we can work. It's visible, no? So I'll give you the book. You just take it on your own. No, let it. It's easy, no? Sanjana's answer, market research 25,000, Malavika 13,800. Bit of a confusion. No market research, that is done 10,000. Now you have to get the answer for market research. Malavika, we're getting the different answers to Malavika and Sanjana. Shall we check? So if you look at market research, uh, favorable market, we have D, right? So under D, there are three options: small shop, large shop, and the what? No shop. We go for a small shop, 0.9 times what? 30,000, which is 27,000, and 0.1 times 10,000, negative. Therefore, 1,000, negative 26,000. That is for small shop. Large shop 0.9 times what? 60,000. 0.1 times 40,000 negative. Then this is 54,000. This is 4,000 negative, therefore 50,000. Correct? Last one, no. That is what? 0.1 times 0, 0.1 times 0. Sorry, 0.9 and 0. That is anyway 0. No need to calculate. Now, if you go for a option D, which is what? Report indicates favorable market conditions. The best option would be what? Large shop. Am I correct? The large shop is going to give you how much? 50,000. Am I correct? That probability is what? 0.6. Agree with me. That probability is what? 0.6. Report indicates unfavorable market condition. The probability is what? 0.4. Let's check. First one is what? Small shop. Small shop 0.12 into 30,000. 0.12 into 30,000. That would give you how much? 6. Next one is 0.88. Am I correct? Into 10,000 negative. Correct? Minus 800. Therefore, the final answer also in terms of what? Negative, which is how much? 5,200 negative. Next one is a large shop. Large 0.12 into 60,000. Correct? Then how much? 7,200. Then 0.88 into 40,000 negative. Correct? Then how much? 35,200 negative. Therefore, the net amount is 23,000. 28,000 negative, no? Negative. So here, what would be our decision? Wherever we are getting the lowest amount. Am I correct? Lowest amount is how much? 5,200 negative. Sorry, 0, no? No shop. I'm sorry. I forgot to highlight that one. The 0.5, no shop is what? 0. I'm sorry. No shop is what? 0. The final answer also 0. Therefore, here we will put what? 0. Now, through the market research, 0.6 times 50,000, 0.4 times 0, that would give you how much? 30,000. But that 30,000 can be generated after spending how much? 5,000. Am I correct? Look at, they have given market research, will have to pay how much? 5,000. The net amount would be how much? 25,000. If you go with the market research, it would give you 25,000. Without market research, only 10,000. What would be the best option? What would be our best option? No, without market research, you got late to join for the class. It's here. Only 10,000. No market research, only 10,000. With market research, it gives you what? 30,000. And you'll have to pay 5,000. Therefore, the net amount would be 25,000. Therefore, what is our conclusion? Going with the market research, which is what? 25,000. Because if you look at the question is very tough. Why? When you are reading the question, it's very difficult to sketch the word diagram. But the best part of what our exam is what? This answer also being provided. Only what? Every decision box we should take a decision. Every outcome circle, we have to calculate the expected value. We have to calculate the what? Expected value. Am I clear to you all? So then the first part of the question we have answered. We have to go with the market research, which is what? 25,000. Second part of the requirement is expected value VOPI, value of perfect information. So how to calculate expected value with information minus what? Expected value without information. Without information already we have calculated, which is how much? 25,000. Without any information we can generate what? 25,000. With information, right? They say what? Go for a what? Research, which you can earn a profit of how much? 60,000. Look at it's given. You can make a profit of how much? 60,000. That comes from the probability of what? 0.6. 0. What? 6. So 0.6 times 60,000. 36,000 minus 25,000. Therefore, VOPI is how much? 11,000. That's of course very straightforward. So this is the way, if the examiner is really interested to give the questions under decision tree, this should be given this form only, right? So you know why they won't ask you to what sketch the diagram where in the laptop. It's not possible. It's difficult task. Therefore, question will be provided, answer will be provided. But according to my knowledge, sometimes there's a very less probability of getting the questions where in the exam for the decision tree. The reason both will be provided, no, only work backwards. You should have a bit of a maths knowledge to get the answers. But payoff table and all, not like that. You'll have to work hard. And the previous question we discussed, recycle PLC. That's also very important questions. Small part to be covered. That are you okay with this question? Do you have any problems? No problem. One, I have sent you two documents. Can you share to these others? Sensitivity analysis. Small part to be discussed. Sensitivity analysis. The part is what? If analysis. Excuse me. This, of course, you'll be having a broader discussion when it comes to APM. Under APM, you will be discussing this part in detail under investment appraisal. Investment appraisal. Each and every element we will be finding in sensitivity analysis. But here we are just using to calculate, just to evaluate the risk factor. What is the risk factor that are we going to evaluate if something goes wrong, right? If something happened to our selling price. What is something means? If the selling price is changing maybe 10% or 15%, there will be a problem. If the variable cost increase by this much, or if the variable cost, but there is no problem with the reducing, increase this much, there's a problem of what our decision. That is what we are going to identify in this particular chapter under risk and uncertainty. Sensitivity analysis. If analysis. What is exactly meant by if analysis? How many percentage of the variable, it's given where the notes, I have shared the documents, no need to take them. How many percentage of the variable needs to be changed to reverse your decision? That's the reason I have told you Ability tested part is part, of course, when it comes to the net present value. When you are coming across with the net present value, you will be, accepting the project based on the net present value. There are a number of factors you will consider before you, calculate the net present value. Then each and every element, you will identify the sensitivity. If it is going to change by this percentage, are we going to reverse our decision? Right? But here in our syllabus, for the time being, this part which has been connected to make or buy decisions. Make or buy decision. Look at that questions. The example which I have given you. Just have a look. The example. What it says. This is to see by how much a variable needs to be changed, reverse the decision. Sensitivity for NPV was covered in investment appraisal. That is what I've told you. You'll be learning that part where in the APM, right? APM, not now. But here they have given a manager is considering a make or versus buy decision based on the following estimates, right? If you are going to make the product in-house, variable production cost is how much? $10, correct? Then the external purchase cost is not there. Ultimate selling price is how much? $15, correct? Then what is your contribution? If you are making in-house, you can make a contribution of how much? $5. Do you agree with me? You will make a contribution of what? $5. Now, the same product you can buy from outside, right? If you are going to buy from outside, you'll have to incur the additional variable cost of $2. Why? After you're buying the product, sometime you have to do something, right? To bring it to the selling conditions. It may happen. It's not compulsory for each and every product. Some product, after buying the product from the external supplier, you'll have to do some changes. For that, expenses is what? $2. And then again, your purchase cost is how much? $6. Your purchase cost $6, correct? But that product you can sell only for $14. Why? It happened, no? Sometimes if you are making the product in your house, the product quality would be much more higher than buying from outside. Do you agree with me? So then the selling price, sometimes it will be a same. It depends on the question. But this here, they have given two different selling price. If you are buying from outside, you can sell only for what? $14. Then what would be your contribution? $6 would be your contribution. Now, what is your original decision? Make in-house or buy from outside? What is your original decision? Come on. We have learned this part in the previous chapter. What is our decision? Make or buy? Yes, buy from. Our original decision is what? Buy from outside. Since it gives us a what? $6 contribution, then make in-house gives you only what? $5. Clear? Now, what is meant by sensitivity? If you want to reverse your decisions, if you want to what? Reverse your decision, what are the sensitivity of what? Your cost. What are the sensitivity of what? Your cost. So, first one, in case if the variable production cost increase by $1, let's say the variable production cost is $3, now you can reverse the decision. Do you agree with me? In case if this is 3, if the variable production cost is 3, then your contribution is how much? 5. So what you can now, there's a chance of what? Reversing the decision to make the product what? In-house. Therefore, what is the sensitivity of what? Variable production cost? If the variable cost increase by $1, but currently is 2, 2 will become what? 3, right? Then you can reverse your decision. Therefore, if you increase $1 out of what? 2 times 100, which is how many percentage? 50%. What is the conclusion? If the variable production cost is increased by 50%, you can reverse your decision. Is that understandable? For the variable production cost. Is that understandable? Or you have another option. What is another option? Even the purchase cost. Now currently how much? $6. If that is going to increase by what? $1. If that is 7, still you are going to get the answer of what? 5. Then you can reverse the decision. Now if it is a what? Purchase cost. Purchase cost. 6 will become what? 7. It's going to increase 1 out of how much? 6. Out of how much? 6. Then that would give you how many percentage? Nearest whole number 17%. 16 point? Yeah, nearest whole number, I can say what? 17%. Is that understandable? Am I clear to you all? What I'm saying, if the purchase cost increase by 17%, you can still reverse your decision. Both answers are correct. Both answers are what? Correct as what? Sensitive perspective. Out of these two answers, we will have to get the what? Most suited. In other words, rather saying the most suited, we'll have to find out the most sensitive one. What is the most sensitive? What is meant by most sensitive? Can you all explain me? What is meant by most sensitive? Yes, of course. More risk. Right? Most sensitive means small change. Small change which would reverse your decision. Therefore, high sensitivity one is what? No. That is 50%. Purchase cost. If the purchase cost increase by 17%, you can reverse your decision. Is that understandable? Online students, are you all okay? The notes are given from my PowerPoint, sorry, not PowerPoint, the document which I have shared to you all with regard to the word sensitivity analysis. That's the most summarized form. If you go through, you would be able to understand. But I have seen some of the book, they have given only final answer. What they said, the purchase cost sensitivity is what? 17%. In other words, if purchase cost increased by what? 17%, which you can reverse the decision. No, there are two options. Both options are correct. One option is what? Variable production cost. Another option is what? Purchase cost. Out of those two options, we have to find out what is the what? Most sensitive one. Most sensitive one is what? Purchase cost. Is that understandable? Am I clear to you all? Right. That's another part called Monte Carlo simulations. Right? You may expect the theory-based questions under what sensitivity analysis. Do you remember sensitivity analysis comes under which system? Which system it comes? There are three systems. What are they? DPS, data processing system. Data processing system. Second one is what? MIS, management information system. So data processing system which is applicable to the operation level people. As soon as the the events happen, data will be captured. Data will be captured. That is done through the what? Data processing system. So that is only the data which would be entered. From the data, you want to convert it into what? Information. That happens because you are going to report to the what? Middle level people. Right? Middle level people. For those people, they try to access another system we call what? Management information system. So these middle level people, right? They can also access little advanced what? System we call what? Decision support system, DSS. The decision support system which give you the what? Information, the converting the data into information, little but advanced one. From that only cost modeling, right? We talked about what? Sensitivity analysis. All these information can be obtained by referring our decision support system. You all remember that the very first class or second class, which means what? You are not prepared for the exam, even for the theory based area. Let get prepare for it, no, at least, because you know the exam is very soon. But even if you are struggling with the what numbers part, at least you would have got prepared with the what the basic things. Since you are expert, but with the what the no systems, IT, information technology and information system. At least those part I don't need to explain to you. You can get some sort of a knowledge by referring the what notes what I have shared to you. Right? So now, what is meant by Monte Carlo simulation? Simulation says what? A bit of an advanced than the sensitivity analysis. Sensitivity analysis, we are assuming only with the one variable. We are assuming what we said, either purchase cost what will increase by what 17% or what variable cost increase by 50%, then we can reverse that is either one. But what is meant by Monte Carlo simulation? We are going to deal with the sensitivity analysis for what more than one variable. We are going to deal with the what multiple variables. That is what is known as simulations or what Monte Carlo simulations. Is that clear? Is that clear? So the notes are anyway shared to you all. You can refer. Then you would be able to get the what broader picture with regard to the what simulation. What is exactly meant by simulation? I also have shared this before. Very short answer with regard to the simulations. Right. Quickly, we'll try few OTQ questions, 4 to 5 OTQ questions. Then we can finish it off today's sessions. Tomorrow, I'll be doing a very important topic once again: performance measurement, measuring the performances of the company. Right. So we will be discussing that bit of a what financial accounting part is there. You remember, if you have a time, try to go through some of the ratio. You remember, uh, you talked about profit ratios, gross profit ratio, net profit ratio, return on capital employed, liquidity ratio, current ratio, acid test ratio, right? Then you talked about what debtors or receivable collection period, stock holding period, right? Payables, settlement period, right? Then the gearing ratio, debt capital from your total capital, right? So only you have to remember few ratios for the time being. With that, we will be talking about some other performance measurement with regard to the information. How are we going to evaluate the performances of the company, whether they have achieved the target or not? With that, I'm going to teach you the balance scorecard as well. Balance scorecard. It's one of the important topic. There's a chance of getting the questions, performance measurement and the balance scorecard together. So we'll be doing that part tomorrow's class with a couple of past papers questions. And then again, there's a small part to be covered. One is environmental costing and the not-profit organizations profit measurement. Sorry, performance measurement. I'm sorry, not profit organization, performance measurement. We'll have to do one past papers questions as well from that area as well, but that's a very small part, 3%, but don't know. But here there's a small problem with regard to the what ACC exam. Each and every paper, if you go through, very difficult to do a prediction whether it will be tested or not. Once it was tested, the complete 20 marks with regard to the forecast, the question that I have shared to you. Non-profit organization performance measurement, once it was tested as about 20 marks question, but only 3% behind the syllabus. But what I can understand, what I know, definitely you will be getting the question from where activity-based costing through anywhere, A, B, C, right? Throughput accounting, standard costing, budgeting, standard costing, budgeting, throughput accounting, right? And then again, risk and uncertainty. Sure, it will be tested during the exam, right? Therefore, you have to get prepared on it or before the exam. Also, you are having a mock exam tomorrow. You have to get prepared for the mock exam. Do your level best, right? Try. Then it will be a great experience. How the paper will be tested where in your real exam. Sanjana, any questions? Malavika? quickly try these questions. There are only 4 questions. How are you going to go for the exam tomorrow? Are you going to go for a physical exam or online? Exam will be held most probably after 1:30. After 1:30 because there'll be a break. I'll be finishing the class by 12:30. 1 hour break. What's your plan? Online. Then is it possible for you all to reach home tomorrow class? No, you should come for the physical. That's better. Don't miss the classes, right? Oh, it's up to you. You just decide the convenience way to attempt the exam, online or offline. That's not a problem. But be in the class physical. That will be better. Very straightforward questions. I think very straightforward question. You would be able to get the answers for this one. Am I correct? They have given the payoff table. First one is what? Risk averse person. Risk averse person, he doesn't want to take risk. Am I correct? So then, yeah, A nang, what is the lowest one? 1400. Am I correct? B, what is the lowest one? Then C, what is the lowest one?
3000.
Then out of the lowest, what is the best? 3600. Risk seeking, that is maxi max. That's also very easy. Am I correct? A 4900, B what? 2800, C what? 4500, then 4900 is what best. So those are very straightforward. Only the regret approach is bit of a confusion, but all the other parts are what? Okay, it's manageable for you. You can do it that part at home. Shall we wind up the sessions? Okay. Any question from the online students? Any questions? Anything that you want to ask? Anything that you wanted to ask online? Come on. Any questions? No questions online. Right. Thank you very much. See you on tomorrow with the new chapter, performance measurement. Don't forget, we discussed risk and uncertainty for almost two classes.